Hello, my friend. The world of magic, filled with legends and ancient tales, is opening its gates once again. Tonight, in the Gryffindor dormitory by the crackling fireplace, I will share another story with my friends. Join us, for the magic is about to come alive. In the heart of Scotland, hidden beyond the mist-veiled hills and ancient woodlands, there stood a castle like no other. Its towers stretched into the sky like the fingers of an old spell, and its many windows blinked with warm candlelight. This was Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, a place where portraits whispered secrets, staircases moved of their own accord, and magic danced through the very stones of the walls. And it was here, under a September sky dappled with stars, that the first years arrived. Among the chattering crowd of new students stepping off the Scarlet Hogwarts Express was a girl named Nora Greenleaf. Her cloak was a little too long, and her wand, a gift from Ollivanders just 2 days before, was still stiff in her hand. A muggle born from a small town where magic was something spoken of only in stories, Nora now found herself standing on the shores of the Great Lake, waiting with wide eyes for what came next. Beside her stood Bram Dunlee, broad-shouldered for his age, with ginger curls poking out from beneath his cap. His father was a magizoologist, and Bram had spent more time with nifflers and puffskins than with other children. He nudged Nora and pointed toward the fleet of bobbing boats awaiting them. "No oars," he whispered with a grin. "Magic boats." The students climbed in, 4 to a boat, and as they glided silently across the water, Hogwarts loomed before them, majestic, ancient, and alive. The castle's reflection shimmered in the lake like a dream, and somewhere far off, the lonely cry of a hippogriff echoed across the dark hills. As the boats reached the shore, Professor McGonagall waited with her usual stern expression. With a nod, she led the group inside. Soon after, the Sorting Hat sang its welcome song in the great hall, and one by one the students were sorted. Nora became a Ravenclaw, her clever questions and curious heart earning her a seat at the table beneath the blue and bronze banners. Bram joined Hufflepuff just as his older brother had. Elsie Vane, sharp-eyed and sharper-tongued, landed proudly in Slytherin, while Tom Wexley, quiet and a bit unsure, was sorted into Gryffindor with trembling steps. They might have remained strangers, divided by house tables and schedules, if not for one small accident that occurred the very next morning. Nora, who had never seen a moving staircase before, took a wrong turn after breakfast. She ended up 2 floors above the Charms classroom, staring at a hallway she didn't recognize. Its torches were unlit, and a cold breeze stirred the curtains, though no windows were open. She turned to retrace her steps, only to find the staircase had moved again. "Oh, brilliant," she muttered. Just then, she heard a voice. Not loud, not clear, but like the hush of someone breathing just behind her ear. A Greenleaf. Nora froze. The whisper came again, more insistent. "Come and see. Just a little closer." She stepped backward, heart pounding, and collided with someone. "Watch it!" Elsie Vane snapped, brushing dust off her robes. "What are you even doing up here?" There was a voice," Nora said quickly. "It knew my name." Bram came into view behind Elsie, followed by Tom, both looking just as lost. "Wait, how are you lot up here too?" Nora asked. "We all heard it," said Bram. "We followed the voice. It was calling each of us." Tom's eyes flicked toward the end of the hallway, where a dusty velvet curtain hung from a rusted rod. A chill passed through them, as if the air itself had gone still. The 4 first years stepped closer, drawn by something they didn't understand. Bram, ever the brave one around strange things, pulled the curtain aside. Behind it was a portrait. The canvas was tall and narrow, the paint cracked with age. A woman stood at its center, her black robes swept in arcane patterns, her hands clasped before her. Her face was pale, her eyes hollow. She did not move. "Is she sleeping?" asked Tom quietly. Elsie tilted her head. "No, she's watching us." And indeed, though the woman did not speak again, her painted gaze seemed to follow them, piercing, ancient, cold as moonlight on stone. A brass plaque below the portrait read, "Only Cassandra Rookwood, 1903. None of them recognized the name. Just then, a groan echoed from the far wall, the sound of a portrait moving on its hinges. Nora turned, but no other portraits were there. "Come on," Bram said nervously. "Let's get back before someone catches us. This place is giving me the creeps." The others agreed, but as they turned to go, the voice returned, soft, like a breath. "Don't leave me." Elsie's face turned pale. "We're leaving," she said, and they ran. They didn't speak again until they reached the corridor outside the library, their chests heaving. "That was not normal," said Nora, glancing over her shoulder. "Wasn't even magic," Bram added. "I mean, it was, but not the normal kind. That felt wrong." Tom looked pale but nodded. "We shouldn't go back." But the truth was, from that moment on, none of them could stop thinking about the portrait, or the name Cassandra Rookwood. That night, in their separate dormitories, the 4 first years lay awake beneath enchanted ceilings and velvet hangings, each wondering the same thing. Who was she? And why had the painting called to them? The next day passed in a blur of lessons and hurried whispers. In Professor Flitwick's charms class, Nora struggled to focus on her wand movements. Professor Sprout's greenhouse, normally warm and welcoming, felt oddly distant as Bram tugged at a stubborn, venomous tentacula. Even in the great hall, with its floating candles and mouth-watering platters, the 4 barely spoke above hushed mutters and nervous glances. None of them wanted to be the one to bring it up, but the memory of the portrait lingered, like a chill behind the eyes. It was after Transfiguration, on a drizzly Thursday afternoon, that they finally gathered in the covered courtyard behind the greenhouse. Elsie had taken to standing guard while pretending to read from Hogwarts, a history, though it was fairly obvious she wasn't reading at all. Nora spoke first. "We all heard it? That voice?" "Yes," Bram said at once. "It wasn't the painting moving, not like the other portraits. That one's different. It didn't blink, didn't shift, didn't even breathe, really. I checked the name in the library," Elsie added, her voice quieter than usual. "Cassandra Rookwood isn't mentioned anywhere, not in the list of former headmasters, not in the records of expelled students, not even in the ministry archives. I had to pretend I was looking up wand cores to keep Madame Pince from sniffing around." Tom frowned. "But she was real. We all saw her." "Which means the painting shouldn't be there," Nora murmured. "Every portrait in the castle is enchanted with a magical echo of the person. They move, they talk, they act like themselves. Unless someone tried to bind something worse inside it," Elsie finished. Bram let out a low whistle. "Like a spirit?" "Or a memory," said Nora, her fingers toying with the sleeve of her robes. "Something old and forgotten, something dangerous." The thought clung to them like damp mist. and the rain pattering on the stone columns did little to ease the shiver that ran through their spines. There was an unspoken agreement between them then. Something had to be done, but none of them had the faintest idea where to begin. That night, the castle seemed darker than usual. Rain streaked the high windows, and the torches guttered in their brackets as if stirred by unseen breath. The corridors twisted in unfamiliar ways, and even Peeves the poltergeist, usually gleeful in his chaos, was nowhere to be found. Nora sat up in bed, staring at the ceiling, enchanted to mirror the storm above. The voice still echoed in her ears. "Don't leave me." She couldn't forget it, not the chill it left on her skin, nor the way the portrait's eyes had followed them. The next morning brought an unexpected surprise. As the four gathered in the entrance hall before breakfast, Tom appeared, holding a folded piece of parchment. His hands trembled slightly. "This was on my pillow," he said. "No name, no seal, just this." Nora took it and unfolded the parchment carefully. The handwriting was elegant, looping with old-fashioned curls. "The whispering you heard is not madness, nor trickery. The portrait is cursed. If you want answers, go to the third-floor corridor, west wing, behind the stone griffin. Midnight. Come alone." Elsie snorted. "Come alone? What a load of dragon dung. That's how you end up cursed yourself." "We're going," Bram said, his tone final. "Together." Nora folded the parchment and tucked it into her robe. "Midnight, third floor, behind the stone griffin. Do any of you know what's behind there?" Elsie nodded slowly. "I've heard that's where they kept the restricted painting vaults. Portraits that went wrong. The kind even the headmaster doesn't like to talk about." "Sounds like exactly the place to go when something isn't right," Bram said, grinning without humor. The rest of the day moved like honey in winter. Time thickened, and the hours crawled. Lessons dragged. Meals were tasteless. The castle felt heavier somehow, as if it too were waiting for the hour to come. And finally, it did. At 5 minutes to midnight, the 4 first years crept silently through the corridors, keeping to shadows, dodging the odd wandering prefect or ghost. Bram had a map of secret passageways borrowed from his older brother. Elsie brought a lantern charm to burn without light unless tapped twice. Tom had memorized the patrol routes of Filch and Mrs. Norris, and Nora carried her wand tightly in hand, every muscle tense with anticipation. They reached the third floor without trouble. The west wing was mostly disused. Tapestries hung in tatters, and the floor creaked beneath their feet. Then they found it. The stone griffin, wings outstretched, claws raised. Its eyes gleamed faintly in the darkness. Bram reached forward and pressed the center of the emblem carved into its chest. With a low grinding sound, the statue rotated, revealing a narrow passage beyond. They stepped through. The air was cold and dry, with the faint scent of ash. The walls here were bare stone, etched faintly with old sigils and protective runes. As they descended the twisting corridor, they could feel the pressure growing, like something waiting in the dark just ahead. At the end of the hall stood a door, tall, black, and cracked like the surface of a frozen lake. It bore no handle. Before they could speak, the door creaked open. Inside was a room unlike any they had seen. Paintings lined the walls from floor to ceiling, but these were not the familiar Hogwarts portraits. These were darker, less lifelike, as though painted in shadow. Some were empty, their figures vanished entirely. Others were blurred or distorted, their occupants watching in silence. In the center stood a girl. She wore robes too fine for a student, trimmed in silver. Her hair was raven black, her face pale and sharp. "You came?" she said. Nora stepped forward. "Are you Cassandra?" The girl smiled, though it didn't reach her eyes. "No, but I know what you seek." Tom cleared his throat. "Then tell us, what's wrong with the portrait?" The girl tilted her head, studying each of them in turn. "There is more than one kind of magic at Hogwarts," she said. "Some is taught, some is hidden, and some is buried." Then her smile faded. "The portrait you uncovered was locked away for a reason. It is a vessel, nothing more. The soul it holds was meant to be forgotten, but the castle remembers. The castle protects, which is why it called to you." Bram blinked. "The castle called to us?" The girl nodded. "It always chooses, always warns. You four have been marked." They stared at her in silence. Finally, Elsie said, "And what do we do about it?" The girl stepped aside and gestured to a painting on the far wall. The canvas was blank. No figure, no color, nothing at all. "Find the truth," she said, "before Cassandra finds you." And with that, the candles flickered out. When they relit their wands, the girl was gone. Only the door remained. Closed, sealed, and somewhere, deep within the castle, a whisper stirred the air once more. The four of them stood in the darkness for a long moment, the silence pressing against their ears like thick wool. Nora tightened her grip on her wand, feeling her heartbeat thudding hard in her chest. Bram was the first to speak, though his voice had dropped to a whisper. "Did we all see that? The girl, I mean. She was real, wasn't she?" "I don't think she was," Elsie murmured, stepping closer to the wall where the blank portrait had hung. She reached out, brushing her fingers across the frame. The canvas was rough, empty of image or enchantment, but faintly warm to the touch, as though it had been occupied only moments before. "Or if she was, she isn't anymore," as Tom said, his voice trembling slightly despite his effort to steady it, like she was measuring us. Nora glanced back at the door, now sealed once more with no visible seam. "She said the castle chose us, that it warned us. She also said we were marked," Bram added. That part didn't exactly fill me with joy. They left the portrait vault in silence, the narrow passage behind the stone griffin closing tight once they stepped through. No trace remained of the hidden hallway, just the familiar corridor of the third floor, dusty and echoing and still. The following days passed with an uneasy stillness. The whispers from the paintings ceased entirely, yet the tension didn't lift. If anything, it grew worse. The castle seemed to watch them now. Shadows lingered just a second too long. Books fell from shelves without cause. A suit of armor turned its head ever so slightly as Nora passed, though it hadn't moved in over 100 years, according to Professor Binns. Then came the morning when Professor Sprout announced that a third-year Ravenclaw named Lyle Midgen had not returned to his dormitory after dinner. The teachers were concerned, but students weren't told much. Just that classes would continue as normal, and anyone found out of bounds after curfew would face immediate detention. Nora's hands clenched under the table as whispers spread through the great hall. Lyle Midgen was a quiet boy who liked astronomy, and had once sneezed a cauldron cake across the charms classroom. He wasn't the sort to break rules, or disappear. That evening, The four met again in the abandoned classroom near the owlery, their chosen spot for privacy. Bram had brought a stack of books, pilfered from the library, under his brother's old invisibility cloak. Tom spread parchment across the floor, attempting to sketch a map of where they had found the cursed portrait. Elsie paced, arms crossed, while Nora sat cross-legged beside the dusty fireplace, reading aloud. Cursed portraits may serve as vessels for spirits, memories, or trapped magical fragments. Removal from public areas of the castle is advised, as exposure to young minds may trigger latent enchantments. Bram frowned. That sounds exactly like what we found. But what kind of enchantment affects only certain students? Elsie stopped pacing. She said the castle chooses. Maybe there's something about us, about how we're all from different houses, or maybe it's because we found her. Or maybe she called to us first. Tom looked up from his drawings. And if Cassandra Rookwood is trying to return, the portrait is her way back. A tether. Nora nodded slowly. That would explain the whispering. The portrait's been waiting, luring someone in. Like Lyle Midgen, Bram muttered. A heavy silence followed. We need to check the portrait again, Nora said, her voice firmer than she expected. See if anything's changed. Elsie raised an eyebrow. You're suggesting we break school rules again, go back to a cursed painting that speaks Parseltongue and might be possessed by a long-dead witch and poke at it until something happens? Yes, Nora said, exactly that. That night, under the cover of darkness and cloaks, charms, and nerves, the four crept back through the winding corridors of Hogwarts. The castle seemed to groan under its own age, the old stones creaking as if they disapproved. They passed the fourth-floor tapestry of the ballet dancing trolls, slipped beneath the nose of a yawning portrait of a sleeping friar, and finally reached the hallway where the painting had first been found. The curtain still hung there, limp and untouched, but the portrait had changed. The woman's eyes were closed now, and her hands no longer rested calmly before her. One hand was pressed against the inside of the canvas, as though trying to push through. Her mouth was open in a silent scream, and around her face the paint had begun to peel, curling at the edges like scorched parchment. Tom stepped forward, his breath caught in his throat. She's waking up. No, Elsie whispered. She's escaping. Just then, a sharp noise echoed behind them, the clack of boot hells on stone. They turned, expecting Filch, but no lantern light came. Instead, the hallway dimmed unnaturally, and the torches sputtered out one by one, as though a cold wind had passed through the very walls. Nora raised her wand, but the darkness pressed in, thick and fast, and for a moment she could see nothing. Then the voice came again, louder this time, layered and strange. Use with me now. Soon, you will be too. Light returned in a sudden burst. The torches flared. The painting was empty. The woman was gone. They stared at the frame, heartbeats thundering in their ears. Bram ran his hand over the canvas, finding nothing but chill and silence. She's not trapped anymore, Nora said quietly. She's loose. Tom swallowed hard. And she's taken Lyle. A fresh kind of dread settled over them. They were no longer investigating a mystery. They were hunting something real, something loose in the castle, and something that had already claimed its first victim. He's trying to return, Elsie said grimly. We have to stop her. But how? Bram asked. She's not a ghost. She's not a person. She's something else. Nora's fingers brushed the edge of her robe where the folded parchment still rested. We go back to the vault. That girl knew more than she said. If anyone can tell us who Cassandra really was, it's her. Tom looked uncertain. If she's even still there. Then we'll make sure she is, Elsie said. We're not waiting for more students to vanish. We end this before she gets stronger. They left the corridor without looking back, the whisper of invisible footsteps trailing behind them like smoke. Far above, in the north tower, the stars spun slowly behind the glass. And somewhere, deep in the stone heart of Hogwarts, something ancient stirred, its hunger growing. They didn't return to the portrait vault until 3 nights later, partly because the castle had grown restless, and partly because they needed time to prepare. With Lyle Midgen still missing, and whispers beginning to rise among the older students, the teachers had tightened patrols. Peeves had started shrieking whenever a student so much as tiptoed down the wrong hallway, and Filch, more suspicious than ever, had begun trailing anyone who looked the least bit nervous. Even the ghosts seemed uneasy. The fat friar refused to float near the west wing, and nearly headless Nick was seen muttering to himself in the grand staircase, shaking his head at something only he could see. The 4 met in the old herbology shed behind Greenhouse 3. Bram had borrowed a book from his father's personal library hidden deep within his trunk, a dusty leather-bound thing called Echoes of Forbidden Enchantment. Elsie had retrieved 2 dark detection quills from the upper floor of Zonko's during a Hogsmeade trip her older cousin had taken last year. Tom, ever quiet but thorough, had spent hours watching the staircases and timing patrols. Nora brought parchment and ink, and between them all they pieced together what little they knew. Cassandra Rookwood had never officially existed, at least not in any records kept by the Ministry or Hogwarts. Her name had not been mentioned in the books of student lists, not even in the oldest editions Nora could find in the restricted section. But they had a name, and they had the portrait, and now that she had escaped it, the silence left behind felt heavier than any voice. By the 3rd night, the castle had begun to change. Doors that usually led to broom closets now opened onto entirely different corridors. Staircases turned without warning, even when unoccupied. More than once, suits of armor were found shattered, their pieces scattered in long lines as though dragged. The wind howled through the dungeons with no source, and the portraits along the northern wing had all gone blank, their occupants fled or hiding. Still they went. It was just past midnight when the 4 of them slipped once again behind the stone griffin. The passage felt longer this time, the air colder. Nora held her wand in front of her like a torch, but even Lumos seemed dimmer here, as if the darkness were thicker than before. The vault door loomed before them, unchanged and unwelcoming. Tom reached into his cloak and pulled out a single silver coin, which he placed gently at the base of the door. The coin vanished in an instant, and the crack reappeared, splitting slowly down the center. Inside, the room was no brighter than the passage. The walls were still lined with portraits, but more of them had changed. Several canvases were now entirely black. Others had warped shapes moving beneath the surface, shadows that stirred as the students passed. "She's been here," Elsie said quietly. "You can feel it." They moved toward the back wall, where the girl had appeared before. The portrait was still there, blank, empty, and silent. But this time, they noticed something else. A thin trail of crimson, so dark it was almost black, led from the corner of the frame to the floor. It vanished under a loose flagstone. Nora knelt, pressing her hand against the stone. "There's something under here." Bram crouched beside her. With both hands, he pried the stone loose, revealing a small hollow beneath. Inside lay a silver pendant on a long black chain, shaped like an eye, its surface etched with runes too old to read. "It's warm," Bram said, lifting it carefully. Too warm. Tom stepped forward. That's a binding charm. I saw it in one of the old texts, used to tether spirits to objects. This might have been part of what kept Cassandra trapped in the portrait. Nora took a deep breath. Then it might be the key to binding her again. As she said it, the blank canvas flared to life. The girl appeared once more, but she looked different now. Paler, her robes darker, her hair wild as if blown by storm winds. Her eyes were hollow, and her voice echoed unnaturally when she spoke. You were warned, she said. You were chosen to watch, not to act. Now you've broken the seal. Now she is free. Elsie raised her wand. We need answers. Who was Cassandra Rookwood? Why is she here? The girl's face twisted. A name is not what binds a soul. Cassandra was a student once. Clever, quiet, unnoticed. She wandered where others would not. She listened when no one spoke. And she found a voice no one should ever hear. Nora stepped closer, the pendant clenched in her hand. She found dark magic. She became it, the girl whispered. Magic that speaks to portraits in stone, to ghosts in silence. She hid in frames, whispering from wall to wall, and when the Founder's spells tried to contain her, she vanished. But she left something behind. A seed, a memory, a door. Tom's face was pale. And now she's walking again. The girl's eyes flicked to him. Yes, in shadows, in stolen minds, in students who won't be missed. The candles flared again, and with a sudden gust of icy wind, the portrait went blank. She's going to take someone else, Bran said. That's what she meant. She's already inside someone. Or more than one, Elsie muttered. We don't know the limits of this magic. Tom looked down at the pendant. We might be able to trap her again, but not without knowing how she escaped. That seal must have broken for a reason. Nora's thoughts raced. The portrait had been behind a curtain, forgotten, but something must have disturbed it. Something, or someone, had let her loose. She called to us, Nora said slowly. What if she called to someone else before us? Someone who listened. They exchanged glances. There's only one place we can get that answer, Bram said grimly. The headmaster's office. That's where the deepest records are kept. We can't get in there, Tom said. It's protected by passwords, wards, even magical alarms. Elsie gave a wry smile. Then we'll just have to find someone who knows the way. Back in their dormitories, sleep was impossible. Each of them lay awake, listening to the creaks in the walls, the soft hum of magic that had always been part of Hogwarts, but now seemed different, more alive, and more watchful. The castle was changing, and whatever had been hidden for over 100 years was waking. Morning came with a dark sky and a bitter wind. The students gathered for lessons, but more eyes were on the door than the blackboard. Lyle Midgen had not returned, and now another student, a second year named Harriet Belby, was missing too. As the bells tolled the hour, Nora stood in the corridor outside Defense Against the Dark Arts, her mind made up. They couldn't wait any longer. If the headmaster's office held the truth, then that was where they had to go. No matter what stood in their way. It was one thing to sneak through a hallway at night with only the shadows for company and a borrowed cloak for cover. But the headmaster's office was different. It sat like a sentinel high above the rest of the castle, tucked behind an ever-turning staircase and guarded not only by stone and spell, but by centuries of secrets. Gaining entry wasn't merely a question of stealth. It required knowledge, timing, and no small amount of daring. They planned the attempt during a stolen hour after lunch, gathered in a window niche near the north tower while the rest of the school bustled past them. Nora had learned from an older Ravenclaw that the password to the headmaster's office sometimes changed daily and was usually related to sweets. Dumbledore, she had said, had once used sherbet lemon for nearly a month before switching to fizzing Whizbee. "We can't just guess," Tom muttered, frowning down at the list of magical confectionaries he'd scribbled on a scrap of parchment. "There must be hundreds." Elsie folded her arms. "Then we find someone who knows the current password. One of the professors must have been up there recently." Bram leaned against the stone wall, chewing the end of a sugar quill he'd smuggled from the kitchens. "Professor Flitwick was called to the headmaster's office just before breakfast. I heard him talking about it with Madame Pomfrey." Nora looked thoughtful. "Then we follow him. See if he says it again. Or perhaps we get him to say it." Elsie raised a brow. "You're suggesting we eavesdrop on a charms master?" "Not eavesdrop," Nora said. "Start a conversation, get him distracted, maybe slip a question in that makes him speak it aloud." The plan, bold as it sounded, took shape quickly. That evening they lingered near the charms corridor, pretending to study the movements of floating lanterns while Flitwick bustled about gathering scrolls. He paused when he saw them, smiling in his usual cheerful way, his robes swishing around his ankles. "Ah, curious minds still wandering the halls after dinner, are we? Very good, very good. Though the lanterns, I must say, aren't half as fascinating as the spells that hold them aloft." "We were just talking about password charms, sir," Nora said quickly. "Like the kind used for magical doors. Is it true the headmaster's office uses a sweet as its password?" Flitwick chuckled, adjusting the stack of books under his arm. "It does indeed, Miss Greenleaf, and a more delightful form of security I've never seen, though it does make me crave toffee at the most inconvenient time. If someone were to guess it, say, treacle fudge, would the door just open?" Tom asked, doing his best to look both innocent and curious. "Only if it's the right one," Flitwick said with a wink. "And no, it's not treacle fudge this week. But clever guess, you'd need something lighter, more delicate." He tapped his nose playfully. "But I've said too much already. Off to bed now, all of you. No dueling with lanterns or charming the tapestries." With that, he scurried off, humming a tune under his breath. They didn't follow, but as soon as he was out of sight, Elsie pulled the group together behind a column. "Did you hear that? Lighter, more delicate. That could mean something like fairy floss or marshmallow cream." "Sugar quill," Bram said, eyes lighting up. He glanced at mine when he spoke. "Worth a try," Nora said. "We try sugar quill first." The next night, they slipped from their dormitories once again, careful not to rouse any suspicion. The castle felt different now, not merely quiet, but hushed, as if it too were holding its breath. The portraits they passed whispered nervously, some even turning away as they approached. The spiral staircase leading to the headmaster's office remained unmoved. The gargoyle that guarded the entrance perched still and watchful, carved wings half spread. Its stone eyes glowed faintly in the torchlight. Nora stepped forward and spoke clearly. "Sugar quill." The gargoyle blinked. There was a grinding sound, and then, without warning, the stone rotated aside, revealing the moving staircase within. None of them spoke as they ascended. The steps turned slowly, higher and higher, until they came to rest before the polished oak door at the top. It opened at a touch. Inside, the headmaster's office was quiet. The shelves were lined with ancient books and strange instruments that ticked and spun softly. The portraits of former headmasters lined the walls, snoring gently in their frames. Fawkes, the great phoenix, dozed on his perch beside the desk, his feathers glowing like embers in the dim light. Tom closed the door behind them as quietly as he could. "We won't have long." Nora moved toward the cabinet at the far end of the room, the one that housed Hogwarts' deepest records. She'd read about it in a history of the school, the cabinet of Founders' Secrets, opened only by wand and intent. She pressed her wand to the latch and whispered, "Verum." The cabinet clicked open. Inside were scrolls and ledgers, bound books with no titles, and thick volumes with seals of wax. Nara reached for a dark green tome, heavier than it looked, and laid it across the desk. The cover read, "Expelled and Forgotten, Records of Magical Containment, 1730, present." They opened it together, turning pages as fast as they dared. Dozens of names passed before their eyes. Students expelled for dueling, for potion explosions, for smuggling enchanted beasts into the dormitories. But then, near the end of the section marked 1903, Nora found it. Cassandra Rookwood, age 11, enrolled, September 1st, house unknown. "Unknown?" Elsie whispered. "That's impossible." They read on. Cassandra Rookwood was removed from Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry on the 19th of October, 1903, under charges of forbidden magical experimentation, mental manipulation of fellow students, and communicating with magical entities beyond the known planes. Her presence in school records has been suppressed by special order of the headmaster and Ministry Department MLEA-3. Her portrait was created as part of containment protocol. Do not remove, do not engage, do not attempt to awaken. "Too late for that," Bram muttered. Beneath the entry was a single line, written in an unsteady, older script. Her return would mark the unraveling of silence. Should the vessel fail, she will seek the minds of the vulnerable. Beware the signs, the vanishing, the flickering of light, the emptying of frames. Tom looked up. That's what's been happening. Portraits going dark, the lights dimming, students disappearing. Elsie turned the page. There's more. A ritual, a counterspell. But just as she began to read, the phoenix let out a low, warning cry. Footsteps were echoing up the staircase. Someone was coming. Nora snapped the book shut, and the others sprang into motion. They returned the volume, closed the cabinet, and darted for the far corner of the room, where a hidden door, used long ago by the founders themselves, led to a narrow chute behind the office. They disappeared into the passage just as the door opened. From their hiding place, they heard the voice of Professor McGonagall. "Albus," she said, though the headmaster was not present. "Something's wrong. The wards on the east wing just shifted again. I believe we may have an intruder." The door closed. Down in the chute, heart pounding, Nora looked to her friends. Give you the name, the truth, and a way to fight her. Tom nodded. But now she knows we're coming, and somewhere, in a forgotten frame deep in the castle's bones, a pair of painted eyes opened once more. The following morning, Hogwarts felt as though it were holding itself taut, like a bowstring pulled too tight. The enchanted ceilings of the great hall displayed a pale and colorless sky, though no rain fell. The very air had changed, heavier, charged with a tension none could name but all could feel. Even the ghosts floated slower than usual, and the owls circled above the rafters in uneasy silence. Something had shifted. Nora sat at the Ravenclaw table with a spoonful of porridge untouched in her bowl. Across the hall, She could see Bram toying with a slice of toast while Elsie and Tom lingered on either side of the Slytherin and Gryffindor tables respectively, their eyes flickering toward each other in quiet acknowledgement. None of them had slept well, if at all. The stolen knowledge from the headmaster's office had settled over them like a blanket of frost, cold, unwelcome, and impossible to ignore. By mid-morning, word of Harriet Beldie's disappearance had reached every corner of the castle. Professors strode through the corridors in pairs. Charms class was cut short when a suit of armor outside the classroom shattered without warning. In herbology, all the plants in Greenhouse 4 turned their leaves away from the windows at the same moment, though no breeze stirred the air. Even Hagrid had appeared at lunch with a thunderous expression and said nothing while he downed 3 goblets of pumpkin juice. It was shortly after care of magical creatures that the 4 of them met in the narrow courtyard by the library. A sudden warmth had settled in the little square despite the great clouds above, but none of them noticed. Nora held the parchment she'd copied from the expulsion record, words scrawled in her own hand, shaky but clear. The ritual, the counterspell, it was incomplete, damaged in the margins by water or time, but the pieces were there. The seal used to contain her was based on 3 principles, she explained: the circle, the mirror, and the vessel. We need to recreate them in the place where she first awoke. Bram ran a hand through his curls. The corridor with the portrait? Nora nodded. Exactly. The original magic bound her there, or tried to. We have to do it again, anchor her, draw her back, and lock her into the painting. Elsie knelt to pull a length of chalk and a small mirror from her satchel. I took these from the storage cupboard outside potions. Should be enough for the circle, and the mirror can act as the reflective conduit. And the vessel? Tom asked. They fell silent. The seal, as described in the book, required a magical object already touched by Cassandra's influence. Something she had bound herself to. Nora reached into her robes and drew out the silver pendant with the black chain. The eye upon it had dimmed, but its surface still pulsed faintly with magic. This should do, she said. It was hidden behind the portrait, and it's the only thing we have that was part of her original tether. Bram glanced around. When do we do it? Tonight, Nora said. We can't risk waiting. Every night she grows stronger. The day crept by with unbearable slowness. Each class passed like a dream. Students whispered of strange sounds and flickering shadows. A group of first years from Hufflepuff claimed the suits of armor outside their dormitory had turned to face the wall without moving. A 7th-year Gryffindor swore he saw something step from a tapestry and vanish before he could draw his wand. The professors tried to quiet the rumors, but it was no use. Hogwarts itself was whispering now, and everyone could hear. As twilight fell, the 4 met one final time to make their preparations. Brom had managed to secure a second mirror from the hospital wing. Elsie had taken extra chalk and a file of enchanted ink from the potion stores. Tom had drawn up the diagram of the ritual, copied carefully from the damaged page, and memorized the incantation. And Nora had written a letter, folded it neatly, and tucked it into her trunk, just in case. At 11:30, they left their dormitories for the last time that day. The castle was darker than usual, the torches flickering low as though weary. They moved through corridors and staircases as silently as wind over snow, avoiding patrols with practiced ease. The corridor that held the portrait was empty, its velvet curtain still hanging, still untouched. They stepped into the hallway, and Nora felt it immediately. That cold, watchful presence that seemed to stir from the very stones. She's close, Tom whispered. Then, we start," Nora said. They cleared the area, pushing aside the dusty curtain and revealing the bare wall where the painting had once hung. The frame remained, but the canvas within it had collapsed into peeling fragments, blackened like burnt cloth. Nora began to draw the circle, using the chalk to form the outer ring with careful, practiced strokes. Bram and Elsie placed the mirrors at either end, facing inward, while Tom laid the pendant at the center. When the circle was complete, Nora stepped back and drew her wand. "Everyone ready?" They nodded. Tom raised his voice, steady and sure, and spoke the incantation. "Speculum anima, vincae reobscurum, redunt et ligare." The pendant pulsed once. The mirrors began to shimmer. Light flickered across the chalk lines. But then came the voice. Not soft, not whispered, but loud, cracked, and cruel. "You think you can bind me again?" From the shadows, the painting's fragments lifted, swirling into the air like ash in wind. A form began to rise, half painted, half real, her robes billowing, her hair wild. Her face was Cassandra's, but stretched and wrong, her eyes empty as glass. Nora stood firm. "You were banished once. You can be banished again." Cassandra laughed, a sound like breaking stone. "You are children. I have lived in silence for over a century, and I have learned how to crawl through cracks, through thoughts. The boy is already mine." They turned to Tom. His eyes had gone wide, his body frozen, the edges of his form flickering as though caught between two worlds. "Tom!" Bram shouted, lunging forward, but the shadow that was Cassandra lashed out with a shriek. Bram was thrown backward, hitting the stone hard. Elsie aimed her wand. "Stupefy!" The spell struck the spectre, slowing its form for a moment, but not breaking it. Cassandra snarled, twisting toward Nora, the air around her crackling with unnatural heat. But Nora didn't back away. She stepped forward, the pendant in her hand, and spoke the incantation herself. "Speculum anima vincere obscurum, radiunt et ligare." The circle glowed. The mirrors flared to life. The pendant burned in her palm. Cassandra screamed, a sound not of a person, but a storm. Her form unraveled, strands of shadow pulling away, drawn into the mirrors, the circle, the chain. Tom dropped to his knees, gasping. The painting fragments were pulled back into the frame, the blackened pieces knitting together, sealing like a wound being closed. And then, all at once, it was over. The light dimmed, the mirrors shattered. The pendant cracked in Nora's hand, falling into dust. The portrait was whole once more, but Cassandra was gone. No whisper, no flicker, just silence. Bram groaned from the floor, rubbing his shoulder. Did we do it?" Elsie nodded slowly. "She's gone, bound again." Tom looked up, pale and shaken, but whole. I saw her thoughts. She wanted more. Not just the castle, the children, the mines. Nora took a long breath, her wand lowering. We stopped her, for now. They stood there in the dim corridor, hearts pounding, surrounded by silence and broken glass and the faint scent of smoke. Far away, the first chime of the clock tower struck the hour. Midnight. By the time they returned to their dormitories, the sky above the castle had begun to clear. The clouds that had pressed so heavily upon the turrets and towers for days seemed to dissolve, revealing scattered stars over the enchanted ceiling of the great hall, and a faint silver hue upon the windows. The atmosphere within the castle had shifted, not completely, not suddenly, but as though some heavy veil had been lifted from its ancient heart. The portraits in the corridors had begun to speak again, and the whispering draughts that had haunted the stairwells no longer carried voices. Still, none of the four spoke of what they had done. There was no triumph in their expressions, no relief yet in their hearts. They were tired to the bone, and the weight of the night pressed upon them like damp wool. Nora didn't sleep. She lay in bed with the curtains drawn, her mind spinning with the memory of the shadow that had risen from the painting, the way Tom's eyes had gone blank, the heat of the pendant in her palm, and that last wrenching scream as Cassandra was pulled back into her prison. She thought of the letter still hidden in her trunk unopened and hoped it would remain so. The next morning there was no formal announcement. Professors returned to their lessons with a studied calm, and no one mentioned Harriet Belby or Lyle Midgen aloud, though their names lingered in the air like the aftertaste of a forgotten dream. But by the time the first class began, the rumors had already taken root, of strange happenings now past, of a quiet settling now past, of a quiet settling over the castle, and of students once missing now returned, confused but unharmed. Lyle Midgen appeared at breakfast, seated between two fourth years as though he had never left. His eyes were tired, his voice hoarse, and when asked where he had been, he could only offer a shrug and a murmured, "I don't remember." Harriet Belby arrived shortly after, her robes muddied, her spectacles broken, but alive and blinking in confusion at the world she had come back to. Madame Pomfrey examined both of them and declared them free of curse or possession. But Nora, Bram, Elsie, and Tom knew better. They had seen the truth beneath the surface, and they carried that truth in silence. In the days that followed, the castle gradually righted itself. The staircases stopped shifting so wildly. The shadows in the west wing grew less thick, less watchful. The suits of armor returned to their original positions, and though the students still spoke in low tones about the strange fortnight when the air had felt too thin and the lights too dim, no one could quite explain what had truly happened. The four friends continued to meet in quiet corners of the castle, but no longer to plan or prepare. There were no more rituals to cast, no whispers in the halls, no cursed paintings to uncover. Only a bond that had formed between them, stronger than house lines or shared lessons. They had faced something old, something forgotten, and had come through together. One evening, nearly a week after the confrontation, they returned to the corridor where it had all begun. The velvet curtain still hung before the portrait, and behind it the painting now depicted a serene scene, a woodland glade, sun-dappled and still, with no figure in sight. The frame bore the same name, Cassandra Rookwood, 1903. But the painting no longer watched, no longer whispered. It had fallen silent. "It's like she was never here," Bram said, folding his arms as he stared at the canvas. Elsie shook her head. "No, she was here. We remember. That's enough." Tom said nothing, but his eyes lingered on the painting a moment longer than the others. Then he turned away, and together they walked back through the corridor, past the suits of armor, the portraits of sleeping monks, the windows now glowing with late spring sunlight. Hogwarts was old, older than any of them could understand, and it had endured far worse than a cursed spirit in a forgotten frame. But it was changing, too, in small ways, as it always did, adapting, remembering. The term continued. Lessons grew more difficult, essays more demanding, exams loomed. The castle's attention shifted once more to the ordinary rhythms of magical life, but for Nora, Bram, Elsie, and Tom, the first year would never be ordinary again. It had begun with wonder and ended with shadow, and in between they had seen magic in its most dangerous, most mysterious form. On the last night before summer holiday, Nora stood by the Ravenclaw Tower window and looked out over the darkened grounds. The forbidden forest rustled faintly in the wind, and the lake reflected the pale moon like a glass mirror. She thought of Cassandra's words, of doors, of silence, of the minds that magic could reach. Hogwarts was full of secrets she knew now, and not all of them would remain buried forever. But she also knew something else. Whatever came next, she would not face it alone. And for now, that was enough. The train that carried them back to King's Cross steamed gently in the summer air, its scarlet engine gleaming in the sunlight as it rolled through the green hills and wildflower-dotted meadows of the English countryside. Inside, the corridors bustled with chatter and laughter, trunks rattling as they were shoved into luggage racks, and suites passed between compartments. It was the same journey they had taken at the start of the year, but everything felt different now. They were no longer the wide-eyed, uncertain children who had stared in wonder at moving staircases and enchanted ceilings. They had lived through something that few others knew, and fewer still would believe. In a compartment near the middle of the train, Nora sat with Bram, Elsie, and Tom, their robes folded neatly beside them, Muggle clothes already on for the return to London. The window beside them framed a view of endless fields and cloudless skies, but none of them were looking at it. Instead, they were deep in quiet conversation, voices low, the atmosphere tinged with the same hush that had lingered in the vault where they had first uncovered Cassandra Rookwood's name. "So," Bram said, turning a licorice wand between his fingers, "do you think she's really gone? I mean, properly gone this time?" Elsie didn't look up from the book she was skimming. A worn copy of occult artifacts of the last century that Madame Pince had very reluctantly let her borrow for the holidays. "She's bound again, but not destroyed. That portrait still exists. That seal could break again, if someone knew how." Tom glanced at the train floor, his brow furrowed. She was more than just a ghost. She wasn't like the others, not like Nearly Headless Nick or the Grey Lady. She didn't haunt the castle. She lived in it, or at least a part of her did. "She tried to take your mind," Nora said quietly. "She nearly did. If we hadn't acted when we did," she stopped herself and shook her head. "I don't want to think about what might have happened." The compartment fell silent for a moment. Then Bram let out a deep breath, leaned back in his seat, and said, "Still, it's not a bad way to end a first year, is it? Survive a dark enchantment, defeat a century-old curse, and make a few friends who don't run screaming when books start glowing." Elsie rolled her eyes but smiled slightly. "Don't let it go to your head, Dunley." Nora reached into her satchel and withdrew a folded sheet of parchment, an old piece of her charms homework with writing now scrawled across the back. It was a list written in her own hand. Unanswered question. "Do you really keep that with you?" Tom asked, raising an eyebrow. Nora nodded. "I've added to it since everything happened." She tapped the parchment. "For example, what was Cassandra really trying to do? What did she mean by the minds of the vulnerable? Why didn't the original containment spells last? More importantly," Bram said, "who else might be out there? If she could be erased from the records, who's to say there aren't others just like her?" The others considered that. It was not a pleasant thought, but it was a necessary one. A train whistle blew as the engine began its slow curve toward the outskirts of London. Through the glass, the skyline came into view. Gray buildings, chimneys, and signal towers, a world away from the enchanted corridors of Hogwarts. Nora folded the parchment and tucked it back into her bag. "We can't tell anyone, can we?" Tom asked. "Not the Ministry, not even our families." Elsie snapped her book shut. "No one would believe us, and even if they did, they wouldn't understand. Hogwarts kept Cassandra's secret for over 100 years. It's not going to thank us for digging it up." "But we know," Nora said, her voice steady. "And if anything else stirs, if another shadow slips through the cracks, we'll be ready." They arrived at platform 9 3/4 amid the usual flurry of trunks and waving parents, of trolleys clattering and owls hooting and last-minute reminders shouted across steam. Nora stepped onto the platform with her heart caught somewhere between the comfort of going home and the quiet pull of something unfinished. Her mother greeted her with a tight hug, eyes bright behind square-rimmed glasses. Her father took her trunk, asking about spells and classes and whether her wand had worked as it should. But as they walked toward the Muggle side of the station, Nora glanced back once, just once, at the barrier between platforms. Tom was still there, saying goodbye to Bram. Elsie already gone in the other direction. He caught her eye and gave a small nod. It wasn't a farewell, just a pause. That summer passed more slowly than the others had. The days were longer, warmer, but quieter too. Nora found herself wandering through the woods behind her home more often, wand in hand, half listening for sounds she knew wouldn't come. She reread her textbooks twice, began a journal of strange dreams, and even attempted to replicate the containment circle using chalk and old coins, though the magic didn't respond outside the walls of Hogwarts. Still, the feeling remained that something had changed in her and that it wasn't finished yet. At night, she would sometimes dream of the portrait, only it no longer showed Cassandra. Instead, it would shift through landscapes, empty rooms, forgotten corridors, always silent, always watching, as if the magic that had once haunted that canvas had left something behind not only in the castle, but in her. When the Hogwarts letter arrived at the end of summer, she opened it slowly, half expecting something more than the usual list of supplies, but there was nothing unusual, no hint that anything had changed. Yet at the bottom, scrawled in ink just a touch darker than the rest, was one new sentence. "Please report to Professor McGonagall upon arrival. Urgent." Nora read the line again, and her heart stirred. Something was waiting. And so, as the summer ended and the leaves began to turn, she packed her trunk once more. Not with the expectation of returning to ordinary school life, but with the knowledge that magic, especially the kind that lived in shadows and whispers, was never truly finished. It only slept. The Hogwarts Express departed precisely at 11 o'clock, its scarlet engine shuddering to life with a hiss of steam and a melodic whistle that echoed across the crowded platform. Nora stood at the window of her compartment, forehead pressed lightly to the glass, watching as the world slipped past in a blur of gray stone, green hedgerow, and scattered chimney smoke. The summer behind her had been quiet, but not peaceful. Too many questions still whispered at the edge of her thoughts. Too many dreams left her waking, with her wand in hand and the feeling that something unseen had passed through her room during the night. The familiar rhythm of the train lulled the passengers into soft conversation and laughter. The trolley which passed with her cart of sweets and pumpkin pasties, and soon the aisles were filled with the scent of chocolate frogs and melted toffee. Nora had barely touched her cauldron cakes, though Bram, who had burst into the compartment not long after departure, red-cheeked and grinning, was already on his third. "You know what I realized over the summer?" he said, unwrapping a fizzing whiz-bee. We never told the headmaster, not once. We fought a century-old spirit, sealed her back into a cursed painting, and no one knows but us." Elsie, now taller and sharper aimed than she had been in spring, leaned against the window frame with arms crossed. "I don't think Dumbledore needs to be told. He probably knew. Maybe he let us handle it on purpose." "More likely," Tom muttered from the corner. "He was watching the Phoenix. Remember how it cried out before McGonagall came in? That wasn't just chance." Nora listened quietly, her eyes never leaving the window. The sky outside was overcast, but pale light filtered through the clouds, casting the fields below in soft gold. A strange calm had settled over her since receiving the letter marked urgent, and she wasn't certain whether it was dread or determination that made her hands so steady. It was just past dusk when the train reached Hogsmeade Station. Lanterns flickered beneath the eaves, casting long shadows across the platform. The carriages stood waiting as always, drawn by the Thestrals invisible to most of the students. But Nora saw them now. Sleek, black-winged creatures with wide, solemn eyes. One of them met her gaze as she passed, and for a moment she felt oddly understood. At the castle gates, the four parted ways. The first years were gathered by Hagrid once more, chattering in awe, while the upper years made their way up the path beneath the starlit sky. Nora followed the Ravenclaws to the Bronze Eagle door, but made no move to enter. Instead, she turned and made her way back down the spiral stairs, heart thrumming with the pulse of memory. She found Professor McGonagall in her office, standing beside a tall stack of student files, her usual expression of stern concentration slightly softened by what could almost have been described as concern. "Miss Greenleaf," she said, looking up as Nora stepped inside. "Close the door if you please." Nora obeyed. McGonagall gestured to a wooden chair opposite her desk and sat down, folding her hands. "You'll be briefed on the usual protocols tomorrow morning, but for now there is something I must discuss with you. Something not included in the standard beginning of term notices." Nora waited, her palms resting on her knees. "There was a disturbance at the school over the summer," McGonagall said. "Not physical, mind you, but magical. Subtle, but unmistakable. Wards flickered. Certain rooms behaved unusually. The headmaster and I believe it may be related to the sealed portrait on the 3rd floor." Nora felt her breath catch, but she said nothing. "We know what you and your companions did last year," McGonagall continued. "Not in full detail, perhaps, but enough. And we do not take such matters lightly. That portrait was meant to remain undisturbed. You broke school rules, and you endangered yourselves." "I know," Nora said quietly. "But," McGonagall said, and her voice shifted slightly, "you also stopped something no one else saw coming. You acted when others were blind, and you held your ground against a danger that would have unmade weaker students." She leaned forward. "That is why I'm telling you this." She slid a small folder across the desk. On its cover was stamped a symbol Nora did not recognize, a circle bound by 3 runes intersected by a line of ancient script. "This is not part of the normal curriculum," McGonagall said. "It is a record of magical threats contained within the school grounds, items, enchantments, and entities buried or hidden by the founders and their successors. Normally, this would be kept far from student hands, but after last year, we believe you may need it." Nora opened the folder slowly. Inside were pages of old parchment, diagrams, names, fragments of spells. One name leapt out at her immediately. The Mirror of Declaran. She glanced up. "What is this?" Something best understood in time, McGonagall said. For now, it is a warning. The magic that stirred Cassandra Rookwood may not have been hers alone. And if that's true, we must be ready. Nora nodded once, a flicker of the same resolve from months before returning to her chest. As she left the office, folder tucked safely beneath her arm, the corridors of Hogwarts felt different once again. Not darker, but older. As if the castle had exhaled, letting her feel, just for a moment, the weight of its long memory. She passed a window on the 7th floor and stopped to glance out. The lake shimmered beneath the moon, and the towers rose like fingers from a sleeping giant. When she returned to the Ravenclaw common room, the eagle knocker posed its question with its usual sharpness. This time a riddle about shadows and substance. She answered it absently and slipped inside, the chatter of returning students washing over her. In her dormitory, Tom was already waiting. Bram and Elsie arrived shortly after, and together they gathered in the corner of the room as they had so many times before. Nora set the folder on the floor between them and opened it without a word. The list of threats was long. Some bore names they recognized from books. Others were marked only by symbols or numbers. But beneath every page, written in a hand they didn't know, was the same warning, repeated again and again in fading ink. Do not wake what sleeps beneath. They looked at each other, and they knew the year had already begun. The days that followed were strange in ways that had nothing to do with cursed portraits or vanishing students, and yet everything to do with the knowledge that something ancient still lingered beneath the surface of the school. Lessons resumed as expected, charms with Professor Flitwick, herbology with Professor Sprout, the ever-dour presence of Professor Snape in the dungeons. Quidditch tryouts were posted, new books were assigned, and the chatter of younger students filled the stairwells with the kind of reckless energy that only the beginning of term could bring. But for Nora, Bram, Elsie, and Tom, the routine no longer felt ordinary. Every corridor held a memory, every portrait a possibility. They had walked through shadow once already, and now they walked carefully for the return of its echo. The folder McGonagall had entrusted to them remained hidden in a false bottom of Nora's trunk, sealed with a charm Elsie had designed and Bram had reinforced with a rune-inscribed copper band taken from one of the old suits of armor. They didn't study it openly. Instead, they met late in the evening, usually in the unused astronomy storage chamber just below the North Tower, a cold, stone-walled space that hadn't seen official use in decades. It was there, by the soft light of wand tips and enchanted orbs, that they sifted through the listless. The entries varied wildly. Some were merely names: the Tower Vault, the Corridor of Turning Class, the Ink of Second Thought. Others were riddles in themselves, scrawled in aged ink or copied in hasty hands. One page described a room that appeared only on the last day of each month, visible in a mirror but not to the eye. Another warned of a well within the Forbidden Forest, whose depths never ended. But one record, more faded than the others, caught their attention more than the rest. The Mirror of Declaran, recovered from the ruins of Caerleon, temporarily sealed in Hogwarts under Order 9, appears only during the waxing crescent moon, capable of manifesting memory in solid form, unstable, dangerous, binding attempted and failed. Do not engage directly. I've never heard of it, Bram said, frowning. Not in any book, not even the strange ones my father keeps in the attic. Caerleon was a fortress of early wizard kings, Tom murmured, tracing the ink with one finger. It fell centuries ago, when they tried to build spells into the walls themselves. Too much magic, too little understanding. The place was abandoned, collapsed into the cliffs, according to legend. And now its relics are here, Elsie said, hidden, buried, watched. Nora stared at the note, capable of manifesting memory in solid form. She thought again of Cassandra, of the way she had risen from her frame, more than a ghost, less than human. What if this mirror, this artifact, was part of the same magic? What if Cassandra had only been the first echo of something greater? That night, Nora stood at the window of the Ravenclaw common room long after the others had gone to bed. The sky was clear, stars like frost clinging to a sheet of velvet, and there, low in the heavens, hung a sliver of moon, bright, silver, waxing. A crescent. The next evening, just before curfew, the four made their way to the fifth-floor corridor that curved behind the arithmancy wing. It was one of the oldest parts of the castle, its arches worn smooth by centuries of passage, its windows narrow and glazed in wavy glass. Here the air always felt slightly colder, and the torches guttered more quickly, as though reluctant to burn in walls that remembered too much. Nora led them along the western wall, watching each surface carefully. The folder said it would appear in a mirror. They passed suits of armor, paintings of long-dead wizards, and narrow stone alcoves. At the far end, they found an old mirror mounted between two high columns, its surface cloudy with age. "It's just a mirror," Brom said, but as Nora stepped before it, the surface shimmered. Not a reflection, not quite. The girl staring back at her wore her robes, her hair, her shape, but her eyes were wrong. They were her eyes, yes, but older, hollow, as if whatever they had seen had not been meant for the eyes of children. Behind the mirror version of herself, the corridor was gone. In its place stood a chamber of polished obsidian, walls etched with silver runes, floor reflecting the sky as if it were made of still water. A stone pedestal stood at the center, and upon it, another mirror. "Do you see it?" Nora asked, voice steady. Tom moved to her side, and his breath caught. "Yes, that chamber. It's not real. It's not part of Hogwarts." "It is," Elsie said, "or was. Maybe it's buried beneath us, or hidden in a layer of magic between floors. Remember what the folder said. Some rooms were sealed, others forgotten. This could be one of them. Or something worse," Bram added, staring at the shimmering surface. "Something left behind." Suddenly the mirror pulsed. Just once. A faint ripple moved through its frame, like a drop of ink falling into still water, and as it passed, the face in the mirror changed. Not Nora, not anyone they knew. The figure that now stood behind the glass was robed in black. Tall, thin, its features obscured by a silver mask carved to resemble an open eye. The mask gleamed with a cold moonlight sheen, though no light struck it. And though the figure did not speak, a voice filled the air around them, low, layered, as if spoken by more than one mouth at once. Memory awakens. The mirror went dark. They stepped back at once, and Tom raised his wand, though no danger followed. The corridor remained still. No sound but the wind threading through the high window slits. No echo of footsteps, no scream. Just silence. But something had changed. Nora exhaled slowly. "It saw us, or we saw it," Elsie said. "Whatever that thing was, it's bound to the mirror, or guarding it, or waiting to be freed," Bram muttered, "just like Cassandra." They left the corridor at once. but the memory of the silver mask followed them back to their towers, into their dreams, and into the quiet moments when their thoughts wandered. The moon kept rising. The days that followed were filled with a tension that no professor addressed, but that many students seemed to sense. Though the corridors of Hogwarts bustled as usual with the sounds of shifting staircases, the flapping of owl wings, and the chatter of excited second years discovering new spells, there was an undercurrent of unease among those who paid attention. Portraits sometimes looked away when students passed, their painted eyes clouded with something like caution. The suits of armor, which typically stood motionless in their alcoves, had begun to emit faint creaks at night, as if adjusting their stance when no one watched. Even the ghosts, though they said nothing aloud, seemed more restless, flitting from hall to hall as though searching for something unseen. Nora and the others avoided the fifth-floor corridor in the days that followed their encounter with the mirror. The image of the silver mask haunted her waking thoughts. The gleam of its open eye, the stillness of the figure behind the glass, and the way the voice had seemed to echo from within the stone itself. There had been no spell cast, no direct enchantment, and yet she could feel something had been taken, not physically, something deeper, as if the mirror had glimpsed the thread of her thoughts and marked it. Still, they had no choice but to press on. The folder McGonagall had given them was growing thinner as they worked through its pages, and though some entries were clearly misdirection or relics already removed from the grounds, others bore signs of danger. Subtle, waiting danger, the kind that slipped through unnoticed until it was too late. One parchment, half charred and barely legible, described an event long past when a book bound in iron had caused the North Wing to dream collectively for an entire week. Another spoke of a bell that had rung in a locked tower, calling students to a class that hadn't existed in centuries. These were not spells taught in classrooms. They were not charms or jinxes or transfigurations. These were remnants, fragments of a deeper magic, older than any curriculum. One entry, barely a line of script, simply read, "The listener walks when glass reflects the unseen. Do not observe the mirror twice." "We already have," Tom said as they read the note aloud one evening in the storage room beneath the North Tower. "We've already looked once. If that thing in the mirror is the listener, then it knows us now." "We didn't mean to observe it," Bram said, pushing a stack of books out of the way as he paced. "It was an accident." Elsie glanced toward the door to be sure it was still sealed before replying. "That might not matter if it's bound by observation. If seeing it is what activates it, then we've already passed the point of safety." Nora sat beside the low-burning lantern they had lit and stared at the mirror's entry again. If the mirror shows memory, solid memory, then it might be more than a reflection. It might take something as much as it gives. Something of the person who looks into it. That could be what fuels it. Tom looked up. Then it's feeding, and the more it shows itself, the stronger it becomes. They all fell silent at that. By the following evening, a rumor had begun to spread. A fourth year in Hufflepuff, a quiet girl named Talia Broadwick had been found asleep in the Transfiguration classroom, completely still, her eyes open but unresponsive. Madame Pomfrey had moved her to the hospital wing, where she remained in the same state, breathing but unmoving. "She was seen the night before," Bram whispered, his voice low as they gathered on the Ravenclaw stair. "In the fifth-floor corridor, just standing near the end, looking at the mirror." Nora's stomach tightened. "Then it's begun." "More than begun," Elsie said, unfolding a fresh sheet from the folder. "There's another entry, more recent. Someone added this by hand." She held it up to the light. It bore a single sentence, written in narrow, sharp strokes. Reem the Fourth will vanish. They exchanged looks. We've been dreaming, Nora said, each of us, since the first night. I thought it was just memory, Tom said. Flashes of Cassandra, of the vault. But they weren't memories, were they? They weren't ours. No, Elsie murmured. They were given. Bram sat down heavily on the cold stone step. So what does it mean? The fourth will vanish. Who's the fourth? One of us? It could mean any of us, Nora said, or someone connected to us. It doesn't matter. If the mirror is infecting memory, manipulating dreams, then it's already too close. Tom rose and walked to the window, staring out over the darkening grounds. The crescent moon had risen again, its light silvering the edges of the towers and casting long shadows over the grass below. We can't destroy the mirror, he said after a long pause. Not if it's bound like the portrait was. Not without knowing how. We need more information. Nora stood. Then we go to the library, the restricted section, Elsie added. We need accounts of magical mirrors, specifically those that manifest or consume memory. Anything that even mentions binding enchantments linked to glass or reflection. And we'll need a distraction, Bram said. Madame Pince doesn't leave that section alone for a minute, not unless there's a fire, or a skirmish between Peeves and the Bloody Baron. Elsie smirked. I might be able to convince Peeves. Nora nodded slowly. Tonight, then, while the moon still hangs, if it's true that the mirror appears during the crescent, then we only have another day or two before it fades again. And so, long past curfew, they crept once more through the sleeping castle, cloaked in spells and shadows, down into the heart of the library. The restricted section, bound by chains and dim with low-burning sconces, held a silence unlike the rest of Hogwarts. It was the silence of warnings, of things best not remembered, and of knowledge held at a cost. They split up, each taking a row, fingers brushing aged spines and flaking parchment, seeking any mention of mirrors, memory, or the listener. It was Tom who found it. A slim volume, bound in slate-gray leather, resting crooked on a shelf behind several larger tomes. It had no title on the spine. He opened it to the first page and read aloud, just above a whisper. To reflect a soul is not merely to capture it, but to invite its shadow. Glass, if carved correctly, does not only hold light but secrets. It listens, it waits. Nora stepped beside him and turned the page. There it was, the listener's mirror, a relic lost from Caerleon, brought to Hogwarts during the early years of the 20th century, believed to absorb memory and intention from those who stand before it, requires 4 reflections to unlock its central chamber, called the Hall of Echoes. Those who pass through unprepared may lose more than thought. They may lose themselves. The final line sent a chill down Nora's spine. Only those who carry a memory not their own may bind what dwells within. The wind was rising. High in the towers of Hogwarts, it moved through the turrets and along the battlements like a whispering thing, rattling the panes in their lead frames and brushing against the stone as though searching for a way in. The crescent moon hung low and white in the sky, its silver light washing the castle in a pale glow that made every shadow stretch too long and every corridor feel just a little too still. Beneath that moon, in the 5th-floor corridor that curved behind the arithmancy wing, the mirror waited. The 4 of them stood before it once more, each feeling the cold press of the air against their skin, each aware of how far they had come. No one spoke. They had prepared in silence, the way soldiers ready themselves for battle. Elsie carried the binding runes copied from the slate-bound volume. Tom held a small mirror shard wrapped in dragon-hid cloth, the only item they could find that had once reflected another's dream. Bram clutched a vial of powdered moonstone mixed with ink, an unstable magical reagent known to interfere with enchantments tied to memory. And Nora? Nora carried nothing but the memory the mirror had taken from her, the echo of a figure robed in black, silver mask gleaming, eye unblinking. They stepped forward together. The surface of the mirror shimmered. This time there was no reflection, no image of the corridor behind them, no dim light. Instead, the glass melted before their eyes, flowing like liquid mercury to reveal the black chamber. The Hall of Echoes. The walls were the color of ink, etched with runes that pulsed faintly with breathless light. The ceiling above was lost in darkness, and at the center of the chamber stood a single pedestal of stone. Upon it rested the listener's mirror. They crossed into the space without speaking, their footsteps silent on the smooth floor, though none of them could hear the sound of their own breathing. The moment they passed the threshold, the air grew heavy. It pressed against their skin like damp velvet. Time thickened, movement slowed. The hall was not made for living beings. It was a place of memory, living memory stitched together from the thoughts of those who had passed before. As they neared the pedestal, the listener's mirror stirred. It did not move in the way a thing should move. It pulsed, not with light, but with awareness. A ripple passed across its surface. A hum that was not sound filled the air. And then came the voice. "You have brought 4. The voice was the same they had heard in the corridor, low and layered, made of many mouths and none. 4 minds. 4 memories. You awakened the chamber." Tom stepped forward first, holding out the mirror shard wrapped in dragonhead. "We offer memory not our own." The glass within the shard flickered. A moment passed across it. Elsie's hand reaching for a forgotten book. Brahms' laughter echoing in a classroom. Nora's voice whispering in the dark. Tom's own face reflected, surprised, uncertain. It was enough. The hall accepted it. And you enter the echo. The floor vanished, or rather, it changed, became water, clear and deep, though they did not sink. Their reflections stared up at them, not matching their movements, but watching with still, knowing eyes. The listener's mirror flared. "You seek to bind what listens," the voice said. "But have you listened in return?" "We have," Nora said, her voice steady though her heart pounded. "We know what you are. You feed on memory. You linger in reflections. You take." "I do not take," the voice answered. "I receive. I preserve what you cast aside. I remember what you forget." "Lyle Mitchin, Harriet Belby, Thalia Broadwick," Tom said. "You preserved them by silencing them." "They were noisy," the voice said, and for a moment it sounded almost amused. "They looked without knowing. You look and understand. You are different." Elsie stepped forward. "We're not here for riddles. This place is bound to Hogwarts. If it threatens students, it must be sealed." The surface of the listener's mirror twisted. For a moment, 1,000 faces passed across it. Students old and young, laughing, crying, screaming, vanishing into the glass, and then the image stilled on one face alone, Cassandra Rookwood. "She saw me," the voice said. "She listened. She tried to stay. You took her," Bram said, and his fists clenched. "You made her into something else." "I showed her the shadow of herself. She stepped into it." Nora looked around the hall, felt the weight of so many forgotten things pressing in. "You are a mirror, but not a true one. You don't reflect, you change." There was no answer, only the hum of magic building in the air. Then the mirror pulsed again, and the voice spoke its final words. "Bind me if you can." Elsie stepped forward, tossing the runes into the air. They flared and circled the pedestal, locking into place with a sharp hiss. Bram uncorked the vial and threw the moonstone ink into the air above the mirror. The runes shuddered. The runes burned brighter. Tom raised his wand and spoke the words they had copied from the book, words that had not been spoken in a century. "The closure of hope, non ampluus, victore non ampluus, vincere te invetustat." The listener screamed. It was not a human sound. It was the sound of wind through hollow places, of books closing themselves, of mirrors shattering in darkness. The chamber shook. The reflections below them fractured. The air thickened, but the seal held. Nora stepped forward, hands bare. No wand, no mirror. "You do not belong here," she said softly. "You are not our memory. You are not our voice." She reached out and pressed her palm to the surface of the listener's mirror. There was one last pulse, then silence. The runes flared blindingly, then extinguished. The pedestal cracked down the middle, the mirror dimmed to ordinary glass, and the four of them stood alone in the Hall of Echoes. The chamber slowly faded around them, the walls dissolving into moonlight. When they blinked, they were back in the corridor on the 5th floor. The mirror now showed only their reflections, tired and worn, but untouched. No sign of the silver mask, no voice. Just them, and quiet. They walked back to their towers as the moon set, the dawn casting soft light through the high windows. The castle once again breathed calmly. The suits of armor returned to stillness. The portraits no longer turned away. And Talia Broadwick awoke the next morning with no memory of what had happened, but with a dream she could not describe. A dream of 4 students standing in a room made of night. Thus ended the second shadow of Hogwarts, not with triumph nor with songs, but with memory sealed and danger past, for now. But in the oldest stones of the castle, where dreams and secrets linger still, it is said that mirrors never forget, and some doors, once opened, never close completely.